born on your side. Goba age kona yofana nawe. Born on your side. Oh, oh,
Attention, please. May I have your attention, please? Attention, please. Can I start? Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David loFW, the chief officer in the property. I just want to quickly go through with you our safety protocols in the venue and the property itself. With regards to the COVID-19 regulations, we're still required by law to ensure that we observed all the safety protocols. That is mask at all times. Do we have sanitizers outside? As soon as you leave the venue, the table set for the sanitizers. And we do have bathrooms on both ends of the venue. When you leave the building or exit the building, on the far right, proceeding to the pool side, we have the smoking section, and we also do have bathrooms there. And far left as well, as you exit the building, on the far left, passing the motion sensor door, you proceed straight to bathrooms, right? In terms of any form of emergency, we have the following in the building. The building is installed with evac system. In the likelihood that there is any form of emergency, the siren will go off and followed by the announcement. The announcement will obviously give you a direction as to where exactly should you go. But where you're seated, in any case of emergency, you just need to look into any green running man that you see. There are signs on the left, there are signs at the back, there are signs on the right. You proceed straight following those directions. You may not use the lift in any case of emergency. By the way, all our lifts are designed such that in any case of emergency, they will automatically ground. Therefore, forces you to follow the staircases. We do have marshals in the building. We do have first aiders in the building. We have our partners 5 minutes away from us, the ER24. So in any case of any eventualities, we would obviously have all those individuals and various stakeholders coming to assist. That's all from me. And once again, welcome to Times Square. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ndlovu. Thinking about the future is essential for almost all organizations and societies. States, corporations, universities, cities, NGOs, individuals believe that they cannot miss the future. But what is exactly the future? It remains a mystery, perhaps the greatest mystery, especially because futures are unpredictable and often unknowable, the outcome of many factors known and unknown. The future is rarely a simple extrapolation of the present. The future seems to be characterized by wicked programs. There are multiple causes and solutions, long-term lock-in and complex interdependencies, and different social groups have radically different frames for understanding what is at stake. Like all of us, that's why the University of Technology is on the journey to explore and find meaning of the future of work. This is the reason we are all gathered here this evening to launch the Institute for the Future of Work. Good evening. My name is Thabang Chilwane. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Council for the Tshwane University of Technology. I have the honor and the pleasure of being the Program Director for this event. Please note that I have called myself the Program Director and not the Master of Ceremony, because I've recently discovered that the Master of Ceremony means something very different in other places. If you really want to know what it means, you can Nicodemously approach me and I shall explain. But before we go further, please allow me to acknowledge a few people among us on behalf of the Tshwane University of Technology's Council and Executive Committee, staff and students. I'm doing this to make it easier for the following speakers that may come not to have to laboriously repeat the acknowledgement list. We have among us Premier of Gauteng, Mr. David Makura. We have the TUT Chancellor, Dr. Gwen Ramakopa. We have the Chairperson of the TUT Council, Mr. Tilson Pati Manyoni, the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the school, Professor Lawrence van Staden, representatives from the Ministry of Higher Education and Training in the form of the DDG Zukile Mvalo. I'm told we also have the DG of Limpopo Province, Mr. Napen Chabeleng, the DDG, Ms. Tembi Siweya, and the Group CEO of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, Mr. Musa Shabalala. Mr. Ernest Koza, who is the board chairperson of NSFAS. And from the Diplomatic Corps, we have Ambassador Motsipe from the Pan-African Parliament, ma'am. The UNDP representative, Dr. Ayodele Odosola. The EU delegation led by Roberto Cechuti. The UK delegation led by Mr. Nick Latta. The German Chamber of Commerce led by Mr. Mark van der Pelt. And I'm told he also have a companion called Mr. Bastien Lidt-Ziba. From the French Embassy, Mr. Vincent Preria. And from the Government of Flanders, Mr. Luc Febri. And again, from the USA, we have the lady in charge of scholarships there, sitting on my table. And she will kill me because I forget the name. If I die, you know who the culprit is. Forgive me, ma'am. But last but not least, we also have from the USA, Mr. Larry Yon, who is the president of the Cyber Alliance, along with his colleague, Kendrell Felder. From the business organizations, we have the BBC president, Mr. Elias Monache, BUSA President, Professor Bona Mohale, the Chairperson of SAIC, Mr. Mark Lubner, Chairperson of BBC Senate, Ms. Buhle Mtetwa, BBC National Office Bearers and Leadership. And from the university sector, we have the Chairperson of the Council of the Central University of Technology, Mr. Matthew Ranto, Chairperson of the Council of the Vaal University of Technology, Ms. Lazy. We have various members of the TUT Council, TUT Executive Management, TUT Student Leadership, and the leaders of labor at TUT, other business leaders and executives present, and the team that has put this function together and have not been sleeping for the past 6 months, led by Dr. Vati Zamklaka, DVC Research, along with Dr. Tlaleng Khato, DVC Operation, along, also with Prof. Herbert Masirumule, and again with Mr. Jonas Mahedi, Ms. Brenda Watson, Ms. Papama Chisikawe. Friends and colleagues, again, I wish to greet you and say good evening. In case you maybe are not sure, you are in South Africa and it's part of the African continent, and in Africa, when we greet you, we expect you to respond. Good evening. Thank you very much. The program itself isn't that long. Now that I have dispersed with the protocols, I'm hoping that I have cut a few minutes, at least of the protocol part, in the weights on the shoulders of the following speakers. We are going to be welcomed by our Chancellor, Dr. Gwen Ramokgopa, after which we'll have an overview of the Tshwane University of Technology, led by or presented by Professor Van Staden, who is the Vice Chancellor and Principal. After that, the Chairperson of Council, Mr. Manyoni, will tell you why exactly you are here. Following that, we'll have an address by the Deputy Director General from the Department of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Zukile Mvalo. We'll have the keynote address then by our Premier, David Makura. And after that, we'll have starters. After the starters, we'll have vote of support, and there are 8 people who will talk there. But the vote of support basically are just saying, I support and I give you this much. After that, we'll then have a vote of thanks by Dr. Vati Zamklaka. Before I sit down and let the Chancellor welcome us, I came across a story that has to do with a footballer at the university. This was the best footballer that this university had and had seen for years. But unfortunately, his IQ was shared between him and his helmet. So the regulation of the school that he played at said that he needed to be benched unless he passed some grades. The coach was wanting to win so desperately because they hadn't won in decades, and pleaded with the player to finish the season. It was finally agreed that he could finish the season only if he could spell one word. And it didn't matter whether he got the whole spelling correct. Even if he can get one letter correct, he would be allowed to stay. You know those professional students who do a degree of 3 years and do it in 9.5 years and still not pass. The coach then goes to the player and tells him, listen, boy, we were able to get approval from the Senate for you to finish the season. if you can spell one word, and just the one word, and if you can even just get one single letter from that word, you are allowed to stay. If you do it, we can win the season. So just concentrate and do your best. Now, are you ready? The chap said, yes, I'm ready. And then he said, the word is coffee. So the player thought for a minute, in deep concentration, and he says, I'm ready to can spell. I said, go ahead. He says, coffee. K, A, U, P, H, Y, coffee. The coach was not impressed, and I'm sure you won't be impressed if I keep on talking. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on the stage Dr. Gwen Ramukhupa, our Chancellor.
I must be careful. I think I must say thank you very much, Program Director, for this opportunity of being here and welcoming everyone to this evening of creating the future we want. And indeed, as Deputy Chair of Council has indicated, we trust that beyond today, we will be able to see the world differently from the future that we want to build together. Can I take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Tshwane University of Technology, Mr. Tilson Manyoni. Also to welcome and acknowledge the Deputy Chair who has been here, the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Lawrence van Staden, a very energetic leader indeed. His energy is quite infectious in a positive manner. Members of Council, management, academics, labor representatives, student leaders, as the hosts this evening. I want to extend a special word of welcome and great appreciation to Premier David Makhura, the Premier of Gauteng, who has taken time off the busy schedule of elections and encouraging South Africans to strengthen the democracy that is hard-won, to be here with us today. Thank you very much, Premier Makhura. All other government representatives that are here, from the Office of the Premiers of Limpopo, where the Tshwane University of Technology also has a footprint, the Premier of the Office of the Premier represented from Mpumalanga, where also TUT has a footprint, the National Departments of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, National Department of Trade and Industry of South Africa. I would like to also acknowledge the UN family represented by the UNDP, Excellency ambassadors, including Ambassador Bridget Motsepe of the Pan-African Parliament, ambassadors and high commissioners from other missions, leaders of industry, and representatives from various companies here who have honored our invitation, our sister universities of technology who are here, and thank you very much for coming. I'm really excited to be here, ladies and gentlemen, and be part of this future in the making. South Africa must be a more technologically driven country that finds solutions that move us forward. And with the fourth industrial revolution as a pivot for economic recovery, we need to change the way we live, learn, work, and govern. And these are the words of President Cyril Ramaphosa as he was receiving a report from the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It is important that we acknowledge that the universities like TUT are at the center of the future societies that is actually unfolding before us. It's no longer coming, it's unfolding. And if anything, the COVID pandemic fast-tracked the introduction and the use of technology of the fourth industrial revolution aspects of a future society that we actually intend to institutionalize as a way of doing business as a university. The National Development Program enjoins us to build capable people, capable economies, and a capable state. Skills development, research, and innovation are catalytic in building this future we want. Knowledge institutions such as TUT are therefore key in this knowledge economy that is unfolding before us. And indeed, many of the youth that have come through institutions of higher education who have diplomas and degrees form a significant proportion of young people we refer to as NEETs, not in education, not economically active young people. We believe that the launch of the institute that we are launching today, which will be presented more fully by the Vice Chancellor and the chairperson in particular, is actually a bridge that the university is taking initiative around, a bridge between the world of study and the world of work, a necessary bridge between the world of education and the world of the economy, and indeed a bridge between knowledge and prosperity for our nation. In congratulating TUT for positioning its graduates to thrive in the rapidly changing world of work, due to the uptake of exponential technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, machine learning, blockchain, you name it, Internet of Things, 5G, robotics, and technologies, and so forth, is actually a noble and visionary step forward. I always say to the team at Tshwane University of Technology that they are a hidden gem. And tonight I'm excited that after shining this gem, it's going to be presented to this audience and also to society and our nation and our continent indeed. Tshwane is the largest black contact university in the country. By black, we refer to communities that were previously oppressed and remain, many of them, trapped in the vicious cycle of poverty. Therefore, TUT plays a very critical role in intercepting this cycle and ensuring that many of the families have the first-time graduates amongst them. I think in this area, the Vice Chancellor will tell us more, except for me to say that you are welcome to a university that has 7 faculties of more than 65,000 students, and that is represented in a number of our provinces Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, as well as in Western Cape and also KwaZulu-Natal. The university also enrolls students from the rest of the African continent whose future is enjoined with the future and prosperity of our country. With those few words and limiting the risk of stealing the thunder from the chairperson and the vice chancellor, let me welcome you to this event that I hope you'll find it inspiring, and especially for the corporate sector, inspiring enough for you to dig deep into your pockets despite the COVID impact, but also to be able to overcome the COVID impact. We need to invest in research, in the knowledge economy. And South Africa is not spending enough to be a global leader in various sectors, especially in the area of technology. And we hope that you will come forth and be our partners in creating this future we all want. With those words, I want to thank you, Program Director, and wish you well.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. I was trying to be a gentleman there, and I got reminded quickly that this COVID chivalry is dead. Thank you so much for those words of welcome. Indeed, without any further ado, I would like to ask the Prof to get ready there. Whilst you're walking up to the stage, I'm reminded of a situation where at some point I needed to negotiate for an increase with the boss, and I was having a tough time trying to convince them to give me an increase. So I said, you know, boss, can you give me the opportunity to experience that money does not make me happy? Boss of the university, it's over to you. Prof. Van Staden, you're just going to give us the overview of TUT and why we are here. Thanks.
Okay. Program Director, Dr. Gwen Ramakgopa, the Chancellor of the University, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, the Chairperson of Council, Office of the Presidency, the Deputy Minister Thembi Siweya, Ambassador Bridget Motsepe Khadebe, dear DDG for Skills Development Branch, Mr. Zugili Mvalo, Premier of Gauteng, Honorable David Makura, MSc for Economic Development in Gauteng Province, Mr. Park Stow, TUT Council members, Executive Management Committee members, Student Representative Council, as led for the first time by a female president in the university's existence, Ms. Wandile Kumalo, labor representatives, industry and business representatives, distinguished guests. I was hesitant to say protocol observed, Program Director. On behalf of the Executive Committee of the Tshwane University Management Committee, sincere word of welcome this evening here at this August event. We sincerely appreciate your presence here. Likai, Tobela, Abujeni, Sabona Kunjane, Mulweni Kunjane, Nda, Goeienaand, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are the People's University. Our university is counted amongst the best in South Africa and on the continent because of the support we continue to enjoy from our government, the various industries and the various communities. Thank you for sharing this very special evening with us. After a period of serious commitment of planning and preparation, the Institute for the Future of Work is finally launching. distinguished guests, this year we celebrate 17 years since the historic merger of three former Technikons, namely the Technikon Northwest, Technikon Northern Gauteng, and the Technikon Pretoria, in what has become one of the most respected universities in Africa, the Tshwane University of Technology. I can proudly say this, we are, in terms of various ranking organizations like Times Higher Education, we are the #1 University of Technology on the continent and in South Africa, not because only of our size. Known as the People's University, there's a very good reason for that. TUT provides quality education to more than 64,000 students annually, most of whom are coming from very disadvantaged backgrounds. Our students are from the poorest of the poor, deep rural. 60% of them are NSFAS students. The other 40% is what we call missing middle, equally poor. You find our kids in Cape Town. You find them Lusiki, Siki, Maguela Ring. Our students are really coming across South Africa, and we are proudly serving the poorest of the poor. The university has 6 big campuses. However, we've got 9 to 10, 11 learning sites located in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. And in Pretoria, Soshanguve, Garankuwa, we are in Cape Town, we are in Durban. And this is the biggest contact, not University of Technology, the biggest contact university in South Africa and on the continent as far as we know. Large number of students enroll from other provinces as well from the neighboring countries such as Botswana, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Swaziland, as well as further afield. Our students are coming from across 40 countries, not only in Africa, South Africa. We have students from Europe, the United States. The same thing from our staff component. Our staff, the last time that I had a look at it, is about from 35 countries. We have distinguished professors from across the world, Germany, the USA. We are proudly appointing the best professors that we can find. The latest rankings, in terms of general rankings, be mindful that we are not chasing rankings. We are definitely not. We're not asked to be ranked. We are ranked. And we are 17 years old, so we do not compare ourselves with other universities that are over 100 years old. There's no point for us doing that. We are 17 years old, and we are currently ranked amongst the top 11 universities in the country and offer more than 400 different career options in 7 faculties. We have the following faculties: the Faculty of Arts and Design, Faculty of Economics and Finance, and then the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. This is the biggest Faculty of Engineering in South Africa with over 10,000 students, covering most of the disciplines. As a University of Technology, we also have a Faculty of Humanities, believe it or not, because there's also something like social innovation. We don't want to be technocrats only. We have got a very unique Faculty of ICT, a Faculty of Management Science, and then obviously a Faculty of Science in the CBD of Pretoria. In teaching and learning, there are a number of interesting aspects that set the university apart. I will only be able to touch on a few tonight. In light with our vision is a people's university that makes knowledge work. Short and sweet. We want to make knowledge work. The courses offered by TUT are entrepreneurship-based to equip students with the skills to actively contribute, obviously, to our economy, the continent's economy, and even globally where possible. The university, our university is the only higher education institution in South Africa with a Faculty of ICT. It's not combined with a Faculty of Engineering. We have about 7,000 students, and the beauty of this is this faculty is based in a township in Soshanguve. It's by design that we put technology in townships. The Faculty of ICT offering diverse fields of study. Earlier this month, and I have to say it again, Times Higher Education World Rankings rated our ICT programs amongst the top 900 in the world. You might say top 900. There are many universities globally, so we are recognized there. The cherry on top for us is our Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. I said it is the largest faculty in the country, and our programs engineering was recently rated in the top 400 global by Times Higher Education, comparing with UCT and WITS. You can Google and check where we feature. But I want to proudly say, in terms of the latest rankings, our Faculty of Engineering is ranking the highest in South Africa. We are not ranking ourselves. We are also, in our innovation side, the Sunchaser solar car designed and built by the faculty was ranked last year 4th internationally and 1st nationally in the 2018 Sasol Solar Car Challenge hosted in South Africa. And next year, we will again participating in Dubai. TUT is also the only South African University of Technology with an internationally rated business school. Only university, and we're offering DBAs, MBAs, and our school is named the Tshwane School of Business and Society. In the Faculty of Science, we house one of the 2 orthotics and prosthetics departments in the country, along with a number of very unique programs such as equine science, the only in South Africa, equine science, nature conservation, and crop sciences. We are also proudly have our own research farm where our agriculture faculty are doing real-world experiments. The Faculty of the Arts and Design is arguably the best in the country. You can Google this, producing talent of international stature who work across the globe in various disciplines. There's a long list of artists from the Tshwane University of Technology, well known. Our Faculty of the Humanities is renowned for producing exceptional journalists, and our journalism school was rated by the UNESCO as the Center of Excellence in Africa. Most journalists you find today studied at TUT. You can also do your research there. Located in the Ga-Rankuwa campus is our Faculty of Economics and Finance. Received accreditation from the Institute of Internal Auditors in the United States of America, joining 47 other international institutions of higher education as part of an internal auditing partner school. The university's research is strongly attuned to the needs of industry and society. We are very mindful of the Sustainable Development Goals, the ambitions of Africa 2063, and obviously our own National Development Plan and the Regional Growth Development Plans where we are located. Let me name a few. TUT has 14 diverse research chairs, including the Gibela Chair in Manufacturing and Skills Development, there's Rail Engineering, Rand Water Chair in Water Utilization, as well as the DST NRF chairs, number of chairs in Innovation, Phytomedicine, and Enabling Environment and Assisted Living, just to mention a few. In addition, the university has 18 centers, institutes, technology stations, and incubators. We extend the laboratory situation by establishing technology stations, incubators, where we conduct our research. And amongst these are the Center, very unique in South Africa, for tissue engineering, housing Skin Bank, a first of its kind in South Africa, Skin Bank. We have a Center for Energy and Electric Power, full-blown center, a Center for Entrepreneurship, in particular technological entrepreneurship, Institute for Advanced Tooling, where we focus on automotive engineering, component manufacturing, etc. Institute for Economic Research and Innovation, and very important, we have the French South African Institute, what we call FSATI. This agreement was signed when Madiba was after 1994 by himself. So this is a very strong partnership between South Africa and French universities, in particular in the area of engineering, electronics and electrical engineering. And then we also have an Institute for Nanoengineering based at the CSIR. TUT is built on partnerships, strategic, vibrant partnerships between ourselves, other universities, government, business and industry, and obviously, very important, our communities. We are truly an institution in service of society and for the greater good of South Africa and the continent. We are the custodians of the aspirations of our people. In our quest to promote knowledge and technology, we provide business and industry with career-ready workforce, but also job creators, while focusing research and innovation to solve real-life challenges, not only in South Africa, but also on the continent and globally. One example is, for instance, it's not well known that all the engineering students, graduates, are credited by the Engineering Council of South Africa, and we also are signatories to the Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, so our students in the Faculty of Engineering have the mobility to practice across the continent, and we're very proud of that. Distinguished guests, to remain in service of societies, institutions of higher learning cannot just stay abreast of new developments and technological advances, but we must become the leaders and pioneers when it comes to harnessing the opportunities brought about by change. The Chancellor already mentioned it. We all know that the world of work has changed and is changing rapidly, and it will continue to do so at a rapid pace thanks to the uptake of exponential technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, machine learning, blockchain, Internet of Things, 5G, robotics, and still other technologies that is still to be conceived. We are mindful of the rapid change. Businesses are being disrupted and transformed and require new skills and solutions to ensure that they not only survive, but thrive in this new reality we find ourselves. As the largest black contact university in South Africa, contextualized by our Chancellor, we have to say that about 90% of our students are black students, and we are proud of that coming from deep rural. This is who TUT is. TUT has a critical role to play in providing business. I've mentioned that part. This unique positioning of the university, coupled with our vision of a people's university that makes knowledge work, has led to the establishment of the Institute for the Future of Work, which draws together global academics, business, government, and society to harness the possibilities presented by the digital economy. During his address on the occasion of the where the Tshwane University of Technology had a dialogue last year, we had a theme that we called Positioning TUT in the Context of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and Future of Work, held on the 22nd of October last year at the CSIR. The Minister of Higher Education and Training and Innovation, Dr. Blade Nzimande, attended the dialogue, and he also made a presentation at the CSIR last year. And Dr. Nzimande said the following, and I'm quoting Dr. Nzimande: universities of technology such as TUT have a critical role to play in promoting the knowledge and skills required to facilitate the critical transitions which South Africa has to make in the face of the fourth industrial revolution. Universities of technology provide essential professional, technological, and applied programs to enable us to bridge the gap between the world of learning and the world of work. In the context of the fourth industrial revolution challenges, universities of technology must stay in terms of their critical mission. He actually wants us to not to be drawn by the so-called mission drift. We are not a traditional university and surely do not aspire to be a traditional university. The DET delegation, as presented tonight by Mr. Zukile Mvalu, should give Dr. Nzimande feedback and make him aware that exactly a year after his address at the CSIR, we are already in the fast lane gearing towards the full realization of the resolutions of the dialogue he addressed exactly a year and 5 days ago. We had that dialogue. The minister's address propelled TUT to where it is today, and we know that this evening only marks what the ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu once said. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a simple single step. In conclusion, colleagues, real education offered institutions of higher learning is the driving force of human development and should continuously serve to rekindle and sustain people's imagination, creativity, and obviously innovation. The universities of the future will need to adapt to the intelligent society, and this is only possible by positioning our universities to be commercially engaged university, closely aligned to industry and working in partnership with all our communities and societies. Program Director, Mr. Tabang Chulwane, tonight is an exciting night. And if you don't stop me, I'll keep on addressing the distinguished company the whole evening. As I take my seat, I wish to emphasize our deepest appreciation to government leaders, industry representatives, the University Council, and all our guests present here tonight. We are who we are because of you. The dictum of umuntu, ngumuntu, ngabantu is being witnessed by all of us tonight. Kia leboga en kosi kakhulu. Siyabonga.
Why you don't get this, I'll never truly understand. Tried everything, but all you do is make me feel so bad for wanting you, for loving you, baby, for needing you. Baby, tonight.
Thank you.
We're gonna talk about
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Lawrence van Staden. Indeed, if you didn't ask me to stop you, I wouldn't have stopped you. But it means that we may not get on with the business. Premier, I was told that you took time off your busy schedule of electioneering, which we really do appreciate. But in line with that, I saw as I was passing past a dentist surgery, nice written dentist. We do all sorts of dentistry work. And there was a poster, an electioneering poster, right across next to the dentist that's saying, "Stop the decay." So I'm not sure whether the dentist put it himself or not. That said, thank you very much. I think the Vice Chancellor gave us a very detailed and clear picture of what TUT and who TUT is. And we thank you for that. I think it was important that we get to know this institution, this animal that we hear about. But the reason we are also here tonight is about the TUT's Institute for the Future of Work. And without any more wasting of time, I would like to call Umpati Tilson Manyoni, who's the chairperson of the Tshwane University of Technology Council, to come and give us an introduction to the Institute of the Future of Work that will be launched at the Tshwane University of Technology. Tilson, over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Premier, I'm not going to repeat everybody's names because I delegated that function to the Deputy Chair. Myself and the Deputy Chair, we work very well. You know, he compliments me. He says the things that I'm not good at saying. When we put this thing, I asked him, I said, you know, I'm a technical person. There's no way I'm going to remember all these names. He said, Chair, I'll deal with that, deal with the substance, tell people why they are here. So I appreciate that, Deputy Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you. Secondly, I need to thank the Vice Chancellor, Laurent van Staden. I'm standing here because of him. When a Vice Chancellor allows the Chair to express his views and create space that we can have ideas, we can brainstorm. A lot of people don't know that I spend most of my time in his office. He calls me the young chair. I called him the old VC. And I said to him, my job is not to run the university. That is your job. I can never comprehend the magnitude and the scale of what it takes to run a university. My job is to dream. My job is to provide strategic direction for this university and hope along the way we find each other, because there's a benefit when you combine knowledge and experience and talent. I'm grateful to the VC for that opportunity. Tonight is not about me. There are so many people that have shaped this idea, and so many people have shaped this day. I am humbled by what I call the TUT family, the council members who have asked me to lead them, who have shown faith and belief in my leadership. I wouldn't be here if it was not for my colleagues, the members of council. I brag in public that I lead a very progressive council, which is true. Most members of TUT council are quite young. It's made up of professionals, entrepreneurs. You can think I have never been in a room with so many educated and smart people. I respect that. EMC, the executive management of this university, I normally say to most of you, some of us, we come to the university 3 times a year. We're not here every day. You keep this institution. You work here. You make it work. Without you, there wouldn't be TUT. The executive deans who have been so kind to most of us, allow some of us to experience firsthand what happened to the faculties. I'm very appreciative of your effort. The student leadership of TUT, keep on leading this university. You have a huge role to play, making sure that we produce graduates of the future. I would not be standing here, it was not for the labor movement. I tease them that I understand network, and so I'm running my own network thing with the labor unions. And I'm very grateful for the support that you have shown to this council, the stability that all of us have created in this university. It's very important. And I think today is about TUT family, collectively, all of us, the leadership of this university. This project is about a series of events. And I will not do justice if I didn't mention the task team that worked on this project. One of the most gratifying things in life is when you are working with people, especially if you don't work for the place, you just do this thing as a part-time thing. And you're working people that have day jobs, that they need to do what they need to do every day, and still find time just to go out there and invite people. When you see emails 12 o'clock at night and you cannot be grateful. It's an experience I think myself and the deputy chair, we don't take for granted. Having said that, I think tonight I'm here to speak on behalf of 66,000 students. It's about 66,000 students. I tell my council members every time we make decisions, we don't get paid by the university, we serve. None of us, as most of us, we dedicate our time to be here. Why do we do that? There must be a greater cause why we do that. Because partly, some of us, most of us in this room, we're students at some point in time in our lives. Most of us. And most of us, we're lucky that we have careers. And we have a duty and a responsibility to extend that careers to those that come after us. That's the reason why we're here. It's about an intent, a clear intent. Because other than that, it defeats the purpose why we're here. And this project is about that. It's about how we have a clear intent that we take the biggest university in technology in Africa, and we put in its rightful place. Ladies and gentlemen, the deputy chair said, my task is to tell you why we are here. It's simple. I was speaking to the premier, and I told the premier that the reason why he's here is because I'm looking for money. Straight to the point. So I'm going to try and build my business case, premier, because I'm here to build a business case for money. I think this slide captures the essence of what we're trying to do. I think the VC has spoken quite at length about the size and the scale of the institution. And the Premier was quite surprised how big TUT is, and so many people, including myself, when I arrived here. This is not a regional university. This is a national university. This is not a small university. This is the biggest university of technology in Africa. To put in context, TUT is technology. And I think for a long time, the Chancellor put it correctly. And it reminds me of my conversation I had with the Chancellor. She said, for a long time, the hidden gem has been hidden. Maybe it's about time that we polish the gem and we bring just to the surface, because a lot of people don't know that TUT is a gem. When we conceive the Institute for Future of Work, we are mindful of two societal principles that we hold dear, most of us. It's definitely the two principles that I hold at heart. Education is the greatest equalizer in society. If you want to transform a society, give them education. I think all of us, we know, we appreciate the power of that statement. The second part, future of work is technology. VC spoke about all these technologies that are happening today. Most of us, we can imagine it's already happening, how the world will look like. We're in the midst of a COVID pandemic, and for the first time in society, people are working from home. People are doing remote work. For the first time in society, some of the biggest companies in the world have already declared that people will work from home and will work remote work. That's a reality. And I think the Institute for Future of Work tries to capture that we're trying to address these two fundamental principles. I put the quote here by Steve Jobs, because I think most of us can relate to this quote. You go to school to get education in order you can get a career. And I think every student deserves an opportunity. Every student deserves a career. Every student deserves growth. And the last part, which is probably the most important part, every student deserves the capacity to dream. I want to talk about that. We all have the ability to dream. All of us. But very few of us achieve our dreams because it's all about resources. It's all about social currency. It's all about the infrastructure. We have a responsibility to create an environment that creates space for students to fulfill their potential. The more I think about TUT, and I put the number, and I say 66,000 students, it's hard for me, from a scientific perspective, not even concede that some of those students will go and do great things. It's a mathematical equation. 66,000 students, you give them infrastructure, you give them the tools. Surely, some of them will go and do great things in life. It's just maths. And I think this point is about that, how we create capacity so that our students can aspire to do more and do great things. And I'm sure most of us, we can relate to that. What is Institute is all about and what is our vision? I'm not going to repeat what's in front of you, but maybe to highlight a few things. We are clear as TUT that we want to participate in the fourth industrial revolution and the future of work. That's a strategic directive of this institution. We were very clear in our intent that we must make sure that we create an environment that our students meet the needs of the industry. Research is very important to us. I think all of us understand the power of research. We want to do impact research, research that is got a context, research that is based on solving real issues. We're a university of technology. How do we optimize our environment, our resources as an institution, so that we create space for our students to learn, have the latest technology platforms? How to make sure that as an institution, we drive high-impact innovation? Those are some of our key strategic objectives. And one of the things that are important, I think all of us appreciate that we cannot just create students that are looking for jobs, that we must produce students that can start their own businesses. And I think technology allows us to do that. We have an opportunity in time that the wave of technology just make it easy to conceive an idea, do what you call a minimum viable product, and take it to the market. And I think what we're trying to do, how do we create that environment so that we can produce students that can think from the back of their head that they can be employers, they can create their own businesses. I want to also give context to this project and why the Institute for Future of Work and its scope. When the VC speaks about the dialogue last year, when we did the dialogue and we invited the minister and we invited some of the business people that are in this room, Minister made a reference to mission adrift. And he urged TUT to say, you got to go back to the core, got to go back to what University of Technologies are supposed to do. And this project is framed around University of Technologies. And I'm happy that chairperson for VAL, University of Technology, and Cape University are here. Because that was an intent. We did not want to make this thing a TUT thing alone, but our aspiration, we wanted it to be a University of Technology initiative. Of course, TUT giving birth to the concept. It's important because the University of Technology serve a particular purpose. They got a particular role, and we're trying to go back to the basics. The second part to this initiative, we wanted to play in a global stage. This is not a South African initiative. This is a global initiative. University of Technologies are not unique to South Africa. They are global institutions. Part of what we're trying to do and what we are working on currently is to partner with some of our strategic partners, the European Union, the United Kingdom, the BRICS countries, United States, and most so particularly, one of the areas that we're very keen as TUT to drive is partnership with historic Black colleges and universities. And I'm proud that today we do have some representations from those universities. Why did we frame this initiative around UOTs? Because University of Technologies, in terms of their core objective, have fundamental principles that we believe make their role in society in driving technology much more practical. One, it's about applied research. It's about how we take concepts, ideas, technology, and we bring it to life. It's very important that we move from classrooms, but we come to real life. That is the core of UATs. Work integrated learning. How do you make sure that we create an environment that our students can have access to industry? And I think that's why today we invited a lot of companies, because the principle of work integrated learning is key in terms of how university technologies function. Experimental learning, learn by doing. You got to do. When you speak about IoT, it's a device. You got to create a device, test it in a practical sense. That was experimental learning is all about. Cooperative education. We cannot teach our student what the industry does not want. We got to understand what does the industry want. Speak to industry. Have a close relationship with industry. Because end of the day, it serves no purpose for a student to spend 4 years or 5 years studying something, then when they finish their degree, they can't get a job. It defeats the whole purpose. So it's very important that we have a close relationship with industry, so that the content that we create speak to industry. The Vice Chancellor spoke about industry collaboration. That's why we did the dialogue last year, where we invited industry to say we want to collaborate. We want TUT-TV industry partners, whether it's in engineering, it's in ICT, health. It's very important for us. You cannot create a learning environment if you don't have industry support. University exists in the context of industry. I think those are the principles that guide the establishment of the institute. What's interesting about the objective of the institute and UATs, they actually are embedded in the objective of TUT. If you go to TU website and you look at our objective, which is all of them, they address the objective of UATs. And that is why it just makes logic for some of us that TUT must take the lead to this conversation. Let me skip that. Now, a lot of people have asked me, how is this institute is going to work? Because ultimately it's about how you operationalize it and make it work in a practical sense. So part of what we're doing today is to tell you that this is not a theoretical exercise, but we are going to make it work. And we have put a structure that basically defines the institute in terms of its model. We're going to organize a committee, which is going to be like a board of directors that is going to run the institute full-time. We'll be appointing the executive director very soon. We're busy with the process of putting an ad. It'll be a full-time resource. We have 5 key areas that constitute the institute. The first one is the research unit. Our intent is to build the biggest future of work research unit in this country. We are ambitious, and we'll be capacitating that unit, but also we're looking for industry partners. We're looking for research partners that can assist us in building the research unit, because academia alone cannot do it unless you got industry support. Below, we have 4 main programs that are going to be running by the institute. The first one is this dialogue. I think the VC is correct. It's no coincidence that we are here on the 26th October, because we had the first dialogue on the 26th October 27. So there's a continuation, and we will proudly report to the minister that there's continuation, and some of the people that are here were there when we did the first dialogue. The plan and the mission, we want to make this an annual event where we bring all universities of technology under one roof, both local and international, where we bring industry, we bring partners, and we have real conversation, and I'll expand more when we get in there. So colleagues and friends, I can safely invite you to the next dialogue next year at about the same time. Hopefully be bigger than this. The second part, or the second program, is what you call a smart campus university. It's not a unique TUT concept, but it's a global concept. And I'm going to talk more about what does a smart campus mean and how does it function. It is a big part of the institute. The third part is about a hub, building. I was speaking to the premier about the building. It's a very touchy topic for most people, but I will present the building tonight, where TUT plans to build its own technology hub. The last part is about projects. We want really to partner with industry and solve real societal problems. This is correct. We're a university of technology, we're a people's university that makes knowledge work. That's our motto. And we want to put that motto to practice. We're looking for industry partners that we can make this reality. And I must, at this point, show my appreciation to the European Union, who were the first people to say, we'd like to partner with TUT to do real life projects, real practical project. We're doing a project with them around advanced manufacturing. So we'd like to do more of those industry partnership projects. In terms of the management team that we're putting together to run the institute, the Azari committee will be made up of EMC members, which is the DVCs, the VC, DVC Research, DVC Operation, DVC TLT, and we're in the process of appointing a new DVC Digital Transformation. We are going to be going out and looking for industry partners, companies, experts, that they can form the core. Of course, we are mindful in terms of how many people we could have, so that we don't create the bloated as a committee, but we hope that if we combine the university leadership and industry, we can mirror the two worlds, and we can be able to have pragmatic pragmatic solutions. So we're also making an invitation to industry tonight, those who would like to serve as part of our committee. We already mentioned that we'll be appointing an executive director. We'll also be appointing the research director for research unit. And the 4 main programs that I mentioned, we'll be appointing program managers for all of those. Our plan, our aspiration that we like by end of the year have concluded all these appointments so that when we come back January, we got a fully running institute for future work, because that's an idea, and we can operationalize this in a true sense. Now, just to go back to the 4 areas that the institute is going to cover, I'm going to try and dive deeper to one of each of them, and maybe just give some more context in terms of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve in the different programs that we will be running. So the first one is an annual dialogue. It's about creating conversations. It's about creating space for ideas. It's about creating space for an ecosystem. I think all of us, we are aware and we appreciate you don't have all the answers to everything. You got to find people that can help you. And I think our approach about the dialogue is about how we bring like-minded people in the same room, both local and international, so that we can have ideas and conversations around the future of work. I've just put quite a detailed slide, but I think you can get the jinx of it and you can get the details from our website. I think what's important for us, we want to create the UHE global ecosystem. We want to make sure that all the UHEs in Africa and the rest of the world, we bring them under one roof and we start to create a true ecosystem around University of Technologies to deal with the issues of future for work and 4R. And we're not trying to be everything to everybody. We have very specific themes that we like to cover as part of those dialogue. Of course, this list is not exhausted, but it's a beginning. And of course, as we start to move forward, we might get more themes. But I think we felt that to be pragmatic and the topic that we speak about must be a topic that we can relate to as an institution. Work and society is very important. I think all of us, we are aware that work constitutes a large part of our lives and makes us members of society, and we need to be productive. The relationship between society and work is very important. That's why today people speak about jobs. Jobs lead to economic growth. Jobs lead to opportunities. So you got to have a conversation around how do we create jobs for the benefit of society. Work-integrated learning, I already mentioned, the demands of the future. It's very important that we talk about the skills of the future. It's very important that we have conversation how we make sure that we create data science, that we create blockchain specialists, all those type of things that are taking place today, because those are the demand of the industry. If you take banking as an example, fintech, we got to talk about fintech. We got to talk about how we make sure that our campus in Harangua, which is a finance campus, addresses the need of the industry. Graduate attributes. What type of graduate we want to create? We want to create graduates that have an ethical code. We want to create graduates that understand that they're members of society and they got the role to play in society as part of citizenship. We want to create graduates that are entrepreneurial in their spirit, in their approach, that when they leave university, they're not just looking for jobs, but they can start their own businesses. Industry university is how we make sure that we invite big business to participate and help us shape our environment and help us shape the type of teaching we do for our students. And I wouldn't have, there was no way I'm going to leave the last one, because in my other capacity that my two presidents are sitting across me, inclusivity is very important. Colleagues, I need to put this in perspective. If we want to take this country forward, we cannot exclude the majority of our students. We cannot. We have to create space that we tap into every potential talent that is out there. So we're very, very sincere and we're very deliberate when it comes to inclusivity. So we're hoping we'll also cover that. This includes skills, upskilling, and reskilling. And of course, other topic that might be of interest, but I think those forms the key themes. Public partnership research, that's the reason we're here. We want to drive public-private partnership research and projects, because together we can make an impact. We can make a difference And maybe we can solve some of our pressing challenges in this country as a collective. There's power when you bring academia and industry in the same room. And hopefully, we'll have enough types of those projects that we can do together. But we're not also doing research for the sake of research. Now, most of us are aware that universities in the main, we are struggling when it comes to financials. The subsidy is dwindling. We are forced as universities for our own survival to generate that revenue stream. It's no longer a choice, it's a must that we must be entrepreneurship in our approach, that we must start to think what else can we do in order to generate revenue. So that revenue stream is important for us as a university, and especially so as a Black university. We don't have enough private funds. We got to do more, and we're hoping with this project we will attract much more private fund that we need. Because when you don't have private fund, you can't do the clever things. Every time I speak to the VC, the money is the VC's guys, it's got to do with the core stuff. So we need private fund in order for us to create space for innovation. Innovation is key for us as an institution. We need to partner with the industry that we drive innovation, we create opportunities for innovation. The Vice Chancellor spoke about some of the centers that we have. How do we optimize those centers that we have? And we have the latest tools, the latest technologies to make them much more productive. Skills, new skills, and reskilling is very important. That is part of partnership we discuss with labor, with captain industry. Where can we assist as a university to skill and reskill? Because we have a capacity to do so as a university. And of course, it's about sharing values. Partners that share the same ethos and the same views that we have. And the heart of it is what we call co-creation. How do we co-create value for our students, both industry and ourselves as a university? Key areas of research that we like to focus on as an institution as we move forward that are going to be covered by the Institute. The first one is digital agriculture. Most people don't know that TUT, we have a farm, a massive farm. I think a 60-hectare land farm. We have an opportunity to do really innovative things there. Part of the plan is how we convert that farm to a digital agriculture hub, because the environment is there. A green economy, we're in a business of building. We've got buildings. People know TUT, one of the biggest student accommodation. That's buildings. So we can implement some of the principle of green economy in a true sense of the word. Digital health. TUT, we are one of the biggest faculty of health. How we make sure that within that faculty we start to do digital health and we start to deal with some of the latest concepts around innovation and technology within the digital health environment. Financial inclusion. I mentioned that Garangwa campus is a finance campus, and I think all of us in this room understand financial exclusion and inclusion. Majority of our people are not bankable. Majority of our people need other forms of banking. It's just the reality. We need to come up with innovative ideas, and I think as a university we can take the lead. And by the way, this is not a unique South African problem, it's an African problem. If you're trying to do business with someone in Ethiopia or in Ghana, how do you move money? those are real African problems that speak to the issues of financial inclusion. So we hope we can drive that narrative and we can drive some real research in that particular space. Industrial automation, I wouldn't have left that one because TUT is a engineering university. Our two biggest faculties, engineering and ICT. We're in the heart of industrial hub, Gauteng. We are surrounded by factories. I'm glad that I know there's some few SEZ that are here. We're going to play a role in terms of the latest application of technology in industrial parks and industrial areas. It'd be a miss for me if I did not mention township economy. No university is best placed to articulate, to drive the township economy agenda than TUT in practice, because we do have township campuses, Soshanguve and Garankuwa. So it's very important that as part of our institute that we have a very strong township focus. And the last part is work readiness. How we make sure that as part of what we do, we create students that are ready for the industry. So colleagues and business partners, I hope by the time we finish the evening, we'll have some good conversations around partnership around these areas. Now, the next part is about the smart campus. If you go to TUT website, we have what we call our strategic pillars. And one of the strategic pillars for TUT is we want to become a digital advanced university. And part of that is how do we convert our university to first-class environment that allow our students to experience the latest technologies on a day-to-day basis. And in summary, the university is a living lab. It's a space to collaborate, to create ideas, and build new things. Part of the mandate for this leadership is to make sure that we create the space, that we open up our environment so that we can create innovative ideas. Let me be pragmatic. Now, when you speak about Internet of Things, let's take a simple idea, Internet of Things. We talk about lights. You can put a sensor there, you can press a button, it can change the lighting in the room. We have those rooms. We have those buildings. We want to create space for a student that can test those concepts. Because one of the challenges that we have in this country, why most of us don't become great entrepreneurs, it's not lack of ideas. It's about two things. It's about the opportunity to test your idea in a real live environment, so you can test it, see it work. And two is about scale. How you create an environment that you can scale an idea. So we believe if we take 6 campuses, we take the infrastructure that we provide, we can give scale. If I take my buildings, I'll say you could put a sensor in every building. That's scale. You can go to the market and say, my idea work. And I think that we're trying to do with the concept of a living campus. I'm going to extend on the theory, but I think this captures the essence of it, that it's an open environment, how we use our infrastructure. Just to extend, we have buses. People know that we get a bus. It's one of our biggest services we have. Surely, we can do something innovative around buses, because we have buses, we contract buses as a university. So that's a practical example that we think we can come up with really innovative ideas. Now, I'm always careful when I present the concept because we don't want to, these are not novelty things that we're saying, but these things are done by other universities in the world. And we put some few examples just to demonstrate that we are trying to benchmark ourselves with the global best practices. We putting our Smart Campus initiative, but it's in line with global best practices, and I think it's very important for the benefit of referencing. Now, the last part of my presentation, it's all good to talk about these ideas and to talk about creating space for creativity, but where is this thing is going to take place? Because ultimately it's about the practicality of what we talk about. And it's come to a hub, a technology hub. It's very important that the university we have a technology hub because this is where you bring all these ideas together. And I guess this is the reason why we invited most of you here. To say, yes, these are all things that we want to do, but we need a place to make this thing happen. And part of the vision and the aspiration of TUT, we want to take our place in society as the biggest university of technology in Africa. It's a view that is shared by me and most of my colleagues. I think the Chancellor is correct that people don't know how big this institution is. And also a lot of people in this room. And we believe that if we put a hub of technology and we aggregate all of these things together, it will bring to life what I call the sleeping giant. What's going to be in a hub? We're going to create 5 key domains that are going to be within our hub. The first one, Internet of Things. We clear as a university that we don't want to be everything to everybody. So the core technologies that are going to be housed in our technology hub. Internet of Things. The second one, industrial automation. The third one is blockchain. So those were the key main technologies that are going to be in our hub. And I'm going to demonstrate in a presentation later. And of course, supported by what I call the secondary technologies, which is virtual reality and cybersecurity. So for those of us who are technical, you can actually connect the dot how everything fits together, which means we're talking a complete system. We can take our students to different phases. By the time they come out, they pretty much technically and technologically savvy that they can be able to implement this type of things. So I've mentioned a lot about our plans and what we do. The question where we're going to do these things. So we're also pragmatic in our approach that this is not a theoretical conversation, but we want to make this project the reality and we want to implement those things. And as part of our plans for the Institute, we have a pipeline of projects that we believe we have the capacity to do these things in a practical sense. Most people don't know, but there are some in this room that are aware that the minister made a request to TUT to set up a new campus in Guyana. We are very excited by that project. It's going to be one of the biggest campuses, I think, ever. Well, not built because it exists. The potential of what we could do in Guyana is massive. I can put in records that we have submitted the formal business plan for that campus. And we intend to make that campus the biggest digital agriculture hub in Limpopo. So part of our plans, it includes a digital hub. And we're hoping that once the minister approves early next year, we'll start with the project of putting together again a campus. And what is also beautiful about it, we're not just creating a campus, but we're trying to create an economical precinct where we're trying to make sure that there's an economy around the campus. The second one, I'm sure people know that TUT made a promise to create the campus in Sekhukhune, and we hope that at some point in time we'll launch that project. And we want to make it a private partnership initiative, because I think we can do something unique around the green economy. This is a new campus. I think most people, we hope we can visit next year. We can get those plans, and we can hopefully get the mandate to, it's a long-standing project at TUT. We got to fulfill that promise. I've mentioned Ga-Rankuwa campus. This is our finance campus. We have aspirations to make it a fintech campus and make sure that we put a blockchain center there. So Shanguve is our township ICT campus. I know there are a few telco companies in this room, and I've said to them, why don't you put a 5G lab? Why don't you put a 5G innovation center at Ga-Rankuwa campus? I know certain people are looking at me. It's very important, because then we're bringing technology closer to home. Malahleni campus, which is a campus in Mpumalanga, we have an opportunity to do just transit energy. And one of the biggest topics right now is hydrogen. Our aspirations is to build a hydrogen center of excellence in Malahleni campus. And lastly, Pretoria. Our aspirations for Pretoria is to build a technology hub. Now, I've given a long speech about our plans and our aspirations. Why TUT? Why this initiative? It's simple, colleagues. It's very simple. TUT is a home to more than 60,000 students. If we speak about demographics of our country, then surely TUT represent that. Out of those 66,000 students, odd majority of them come from historically disadvantaged background. Majority of them come from township, come from rural areas. It's a true dynamics of our society. With a national footprint, I think tonight we have stressed the point that we're not a regional university. We're the biggest university in South Africa in terms of the footprint. We have in total 9 campuses, 2 satellite campuses, and 9 regional and 6 regional campuses. We truly believe in creating jobs and skills and play an active role in terms of us how we prepare our students so that they can be productive members of society. And we truly believe as a black university that represents the majority of students that have to deal with this item, poverty, inequalities, and employment. We are best placed to address the triple challenges that our country faces, because in a way, we do have a sample size for it. And of course, we believe as a university of technology that the future of work is technology, and technology, it is applied research. The last point is very, very important to me in my advocacy work. We have to democratize the space. We got to share opportunities. We got to share resources. Just because we're a black university, we are not lesser than other institutions. It's very important that in this country we start to spread opportunities, we start to spread investment, we start to spread resources. It's the only way that we can take this country forward. You cannot move forward with the few and leave the majority. Science does not allow you to do that. You got to pull the majority. We got to get to a point that the majorities create jobs, not the few. It's unsustainable. You can't sustain that. The true way that you can sustain growth in South Africa is when the majority create jobs. That's our view as a university. We got to democratize opportunities. And colleagues, in closing, TUT is a true South African story. Everything I presented tonight about the institution is truly a South African story. This is correct. We're a young university. We're a 17-year-old university. We're a young one. And yet, we're the biggest. So there's a story here. And we hope tonight that the journey we're starting in position TUT as the biggest university of technology in Africa. Now, I've said a lot about our plans. I've said a lot about what we're trying to do. But the purpose of tonight is about private partnership. It's about how we create something that is unique and how we co-create. I put the quote at the bottom there that says that you can't create unless you can visualize it, unless you can see it. You can talk about blockchain, IoT, virtual reality, but you got to see it. Technology, you got to feel, you got to touch. It's the only way that you can appreciate technology. So, colleagues, I'd like to present the opportunity where our ambition as a university, we believe with this ambition we'll set the bold statement, and we hope that we'll get support for our initiative. Now, at the center of my presentation is a group of students. When I became the chair, I asked the VC to give me a tour of the university. And for 3 weeks, myself and the VC were touring this entire university. And when we stopped, our final stop was a building that is owned by GrowPoint. I'm sure GrowPoint is here. And when we arrived there was only one tenant, which was TUT. And I said to VC, we got to talk to GrowPoint. The student said, Chair, we love the building. In fact, everybody loved the building at TUT, Premier. Everybody loved the building at TUT. But more so, the students that were in that building were very passionate about the work that they were doing in that building. And so we approached GrowPoint. We said, let's have a conversation around that building. So I'm going to show you the site where the building is. Then I'm going to show you the aspiration. Then I'm going to show you what we want to build as TUT. So it's a 3-part presentation. The site. Now the site is in Hatfield. It's a very strategic site. Right at the heart of Hatfield. You can't miss the building. But it's strategic because it's got a very first-world infrastructure around it from a transport perspective and from amenities and from support close to the Gauteng station. And is easily accessible to our Pretoria campus, the main campus, and the 2 campuses in the art campus and the Faculty of Science. And we believe that the site where it is, it will position TUT and it will position our aspiration. From a logistics perspective, it's flow. If you're coming from overseas, we're coming from the UK, Europe, you land at Gauteng station, you're out the building. So it's convenient. For those of us that travel between Inn and Pretoria, you can't miss it. So it's very strategic, because part of what we're trying to do here is how do we position TUT as a university of technology in a global context. And this comes to what we're hoping to do is that we'll find partners that will go this journey with us as we take that building and we repurpose it to something quite different. So this is the building. I think most of you know the building. It's the Tsala building at Hatfield. It's a very nice building and it's got potential. I must commend Growth Point, and they're going to kill me. Buga Game partners. When we discussed the site, we had a tour of the building, and to the point that when you bring people around the same room, we're looking at the same building, and the question of what can we do with building? Can we take a basic building and create something that is quite different? And for us to do so, we needed to have some form of an aspiration. We needed to aspire to something which is quite bigger, because you have to think in a global context and say, can TUT take this building that is used by our students and create something different? And we had to find aspiration because we wanted to build the IoT hub. How do you build Internet of Things hub that meet global standards? So we look for aspiration globally to say, can we find a building that same position, same location, speak to what you're trying to do, but it's got an iconic feel to it. And we ended up in the UK. This is Sensor City in the UK. It's the biggest IoT hub in Europe. I had the privilege of visiting the hub myself. I spent some time there. So I have a good feel of what's happening in the hub. It's a very big ecosystem where you have labs, you have working spaces, you have meeting rooms, you have flexible working suites, you have a different space for industry, entrepreneurs, and students to collaborate. Sensor City is owned by University of Liverpool and John Moore, and it's got an industry partner ecosystem. It's got a deck for events, or you could do conferences, you could have exhibitions, so that you bring all of this things to life. And of course, that's the picture in terms of how a Sensor City looked like. And I came back to VC, I said, we must build Sensor City in South Africa. And having visualized this, we need to come up with our own vision that we believe that speak to a South African and African context. Colleagues, it gives me pleasure and a privilege to present T2 Vision, the home for the Institute for Future of Work. And let me not spoil the part and go straight to the building. So having said that, we decided that this is our new home. We purposefully put posh outside because we want our students to aspire. Part of what we're trying to do with building was to make sure that it's got a South African context. It speak to, I'm going to take you through some of the inside part of the building. So you can see it from the top, it's right from Pretoria, you can't miss it. This is a drone picture. The picture was taken using a drone, so to give you some context in terms of the layout. And you see the inside part, what we're trying to do there is where we're going to aggregate all our technologies. And you see the technology stack. You have IoT Research Center, Industrial Research Center, Virtual Reality Center. So this is your ground floor. It's got 2 floors, ground floor and the second floor. And of course, we can bring out some of the technologies that you want to put here so that we create one ecosystem to make sure that all the technologies are in sync. The first floor, we want to put a blockchain research center, cybersecurity innovation center, and of course, I must mention Gibela Rail, who has been our partner and inspiration behind this project. I must thank Gibela Rail for supporting research work for TUT. And you see, it's got a lot of other areas that we could bring other technologies as we go along. This is the outside view when you're coming from a different angle. So the graphics represent technology because this is a technology hub. It has to have a technology feel. You know, you have to feel that I'm in a technology environment. But I also wanted to make sure that the layout in terms of the parking has got enough parking space, it has got an open access in terms of visitors, students, and industry, so that it's not an enclosed, but it's an open environment for partners to collaborate. You can see I4, TET logo there. One of the things that I think I wanted to do was the artifacts, the graphics, and give it a distinct you feel. So you could see there's top layers there that allow students at the deck at the top. They've got a deck where students could meet and collaborate. We can invite entrepreneurs, we can invite industry so that we have those conversations at the deck. This is the inside part of the building. We had to incorporate our art faculty, making sure there's an element of art, there's an element of certain context. So we try to combine technology and art in a true sense of the word. And hopefully, we can create a conducive environment. Green economy is a big part. We have a lot of trees, and so that we keep true to the ethos of promoting green economy and making sure that climate change and sustainability are part of the design from an ecosystem. Some more pictures about the design. Of course, it's about students, it's about entrepreneurs, it's about business. We like people to do business. We like people to come and look at the technologies that we have and create real partnership opportunities for our students and for our partners. Some more pictures from the side. Colleagues, that's our dream. And we hope with partners we can build the Institute for Future of Work. This is the home where everything will happen. So in those few slides, my presentation, I think the purpose today was to put it out there to the industry and say this is our aspiration as a university. We can't build this thing alone. We need partners. We need to co-create. And my job as the chair of the university is to ask for co-creators, because if we do this thing alone as a university, it defeats the purpose. But if we do it in industry, we truly collaborate. I have a big task that in a month's time, this matter must hit the council. And I hope, I'm counting days as 26 today, before the 25th November. Myself and the VC will get some calls that say, let's partner, let's build this thing. I'm going to say something premier with I do believe South Africa needs more technocrats. I think we need to build. I think we need to teach our students to build. This project is about building. The reason we were not keen to get a building, you can get buildings, there's a lot of building. We didn't want the building. We wanted to build. Build from the ground. Because if we can teach our students to build companies, build society, That's what it means for us. TUT would like to build a technology hub. In those points, colleagues, I thank you all. And hopefully, we'll have some positive news. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mpati. Thank you very much, Tilson, Chairperson. We've taken an executive decision because we are aware that some of us may have been starving because we were hoping to have eaten by now. We are going to ask the kitchen to serve the starters now. The starters will be served before we get the Deputy Director General to speak. And then after that, the Deputy Director General Mvalo will speak, and then the Premier will then after speak, and then after we'll have our starters and dessert. We're trying to speedy the time because we also do realize, no story starters, you know, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I must declare now. I've declared. It's hunger speaking. Sorry, I meant the main course. Yeah. We also wanting to be able to respect the curfew, so we don't want to have this midnight curfew. We're still on level 1. So yeah, I think the kitchen will start serving the dessert. Yeah. So when these things happen, I'm reminded of that nice saying that says, "To err is human, and to forgive is something like prepares you for a management position." So, okay, let me get my story straight. We are going to have starters now. After starters, we'll have the 2 speakers. And after that, we'll have the main course and we'll have dessert. All right? And whilst that's going to happen, perhaps let me just share with you just one quick one. There was an assembly of some academics, and in the midst of those academics then appeared a goddess, and a goddess obviously got everybody dumbstruck as she hovered above the conference table. So the goddess floated to a place directly in front of the school's philosophy professor, and she spoke to the professor and said, "You are a virtuous man, virtuous mere mortal. I have decided to grant you a wish. I will give you an unfathomable wealth or ultimate wisdom. Which do you choose?" Of course, the philosophy professor, being a philosopher, said, "I choose wisdom," without hesitation. So a blinding flash filled the room, and the goddess disappeared. And the faculty looked at the philosophy teacher. He seemed bathed in a glow of gold. He stroked his beard and knitted his brows in thought. Everything about his presence now suggested immense wisdom, Prof. Immense wisdom. And the room was silent, with all eyes on the philosophy professor. So finally, another teacher had the guts to ask him and said, "Prof, please say something." the prof mumbled something like, I should have picked the money. So he had the wisdom to know that maybe he needed the money. I think I now have the wisdom to know that I must sit down and let the people serve us food. We'll check you after the status. Colleagues, in the interest of time, may I just ask that we settle down so we can continue with the program? Whilst we're settling down, may I please ask the Deputy Director General Mbalo to just get ready so we can kick off with the I hope you enjoyed your starter. At least I had a bit of energy in my in my belly now. I won't call a starter a main. Ladies and gentlemen, when you heard from the chairman and you also heard from the vice chancellor that last year on the 22nd of October, we indeed had the minister addressing a meeting that we had at the CSIR. Indeed, we were hoping to have the minister again this evening. However, we understand, given the very tough schedules, he couldn't make it. But he asked the Deputy Director General in his office, Mr. Zukile Mvalo, because of the lights that are in my face, I cannot see that well on the table. So I'm not sure where the DDG is at. Oh, DDG. Whew. I nearly had a collapse of the lungs and the heart.
You thought I'm not here.
I thought you were not here. Welcome, DDG, and we hope you will give us a message from the minister. And soon after, we'll then have the premier. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, sir. Program Director and the Deputy Chairperson of TUT Council, Mr. Thabang Chulwan, Honorable Premier of the Gauteng Province, Mr. David Makura, Chairperson of TUT Council, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, Chancellor of TUT, Dr. Gwen Ramakgoba, Member of the Executive Council in Gauteng, Mr. Pakstow, TUT Vice Chancellor and Principal Professor Lawrence van Staden, strategic partners from business and industry, all executives and deans from TUT and other universities present tonight, President of the Student Representative Council, SRC members, and the entire TUT student fraternity. TUT organized labor, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I know earlier on our program director warned us that we don't need to really exhaust ourselves with regard to protocols. I've just noted that my first page was only on protocols. Then I would imagine if all of us were having a page on protocols, it means then therefore we are going to spend most of our time delivering protocols. Well, I must say, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor indeed for us as the Department of Higher Education and Training to be party to this occasion of the launch of the Institute for Future of Work. And I must say I've enjoyed all the presentations this evening, and I can say with all the confidence that this is one of those projects that we really need to support. Especially during this time of COVID and post-COVID-19 global health pandemic.
This global health pandemic provides us, obviously, as the post-school education and training system, government, private sector, social partners, and stakeholders, not only with a lifetime opportunity to inject a new perspective into how we can turn our socio-economic fabric around, but also an opportunity on how we can really imagine our very society. Hence, this evening we are here, and I know the chairperson of the council, he has taken us through a great work with regard to this project. So we're saying then, therefore, this is an opportunity for all of us on how we can really imagine our very society. This evening, we are here to launch our Institute for the Future of Work, where smart people meet to innovate and create capacity for the future. And I can attest already that about 100% of everyone who's here is within that category of smart people. That was also during my conversation preceding the beginning of this very important occasion, as well as with colleagues I've been interacting with them since I arrived here. It is, ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of our minister's budget speech in 2018, that was then Dr. Naledi Pandor, when she noted that, I quote, "We are in the age of the pervasive influence of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence, and need responsive skills and development research focus and investment to benefit fully." We can attest to this, especially as we're going through all the presentations that were presented to us this evening. It was also, ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of the TUT Council Dialogue, which was held in October 2020, where the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Nzimande, stated amongst others, I quote, "The collective effect of these convergent technologies has caused major disruptions to both capital and labor, the nature of work, and with these careers and our assumptions about what forms of education and training must prepare students for a changing world of work." He continued, "I believe the Council Dialogue is centrally concerned with this issue. And I should think what we have seen already tonight is bearing fruit to these messages by both Minister Pandor as well as Minister Nzimande. The fourth industrial revolution, it is with us, with its convergence of new digital, physical, and biological technologies, such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, the Internet of Things, robotics, augmented reality, 3D printing, biotechnology merging with humans' physical lives, changing the way we interact, the way we live, and the way we work. The report of the Ministerial Task Team on the implications of fourth industrial revolution for post-school education and training system highlights that the 4IR is not a social phenomenon with a predetermined trajectory. While others, of course, seek to highlight the negative socio-economic consequences of the 4IR, particularly with regard to job losses, we believe that the socio-economic effects of the fourth industrial revolution will depend mainly on how we choose to harness it. It is with this launch I've seen by myself that we have chosen an alternative path, that of an inclusive growth path where everyone benefits with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. South Africa, all of us, we can agree, is a country with a huge potential, and where, if the opportunities are effectively embraced, significant benefits can be accrued, exactly with the presentations that we have seen already. As we plant this seed, we need to take into cognizance the need to take on the affordances of the 4R in ways that assist to address, rather than exacerbate, triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, as articulated in the National Development Plan. This is an opportunity for all of us to chart a future trajectory which sees solving our socio-economic challenges as the country, especially during and post this COVID-19 pandemic. As we launch, ladies and gentlemen, this initiative, we must also be alive to tapestry of other related work regarding to the fourth industrial revolution. Amongst others is the skill strategy to support economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which has identified about 103 occupations. And I can say to all of you in confidence that some of the occupations which have been identified in the skill strategy to support economic reconstruction and recovery plan are relating to digital economy. So I'm quite very happy that on Friday, when I'm going to NEDLEC, as we are about to conclude consultation on the skill strategy to support the successful implementation of economic reconstruction and recovery plan, I will be having some answers to some of the questions which continue to be asked, especially by our organized labor as well as organized business at NEDLEC. So thanks very much that the minister has requested that I do come to this very important occasion. Now, when I get back to NEDLEC, I'll be clever. So I've seen some of colleagues from business here, and I really hope also that they will be clever when we are meeting on Friday. The country as well, ladies and gentlemen, has the National Digital and Future Skills Strategy, which was published on the 23rd September 2020. This strategy is presenting a vision of a South Africa in which all its people are able to benefit from enhanced digital skills, thereby contributing to a significantly better quality of life, improved education, and higher economic growth. Digital skills blended with originality, agility, critical thinking, and problem solving are key skill sets required for the creation of new kinds of 21st century jobs, as alluded in the Ministerial Task Team report on Fourth Industrial Revolution. The National Digital and Future Skills Strategy highlights three strategic implications for the success of the implementation of the strategy. Amongst others is the implication for economy, society, and education, which calls on the education sector to build a strong focus and invest in digital skills, as well as in the development of digital innovation skills, including agriculture, mining, manufacturing, postal services, and health services, to mention the few. Chairperson, I must say, my speech was long prepared. I didn't try to twist it so that my speech can fit into your presentation. But all what I can say is seemingly our minds are meeting. I must, however, hasten to include our priority interventions in the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, such as, amongst others, energy security. And we know how critical is energy security in South Africa, especially with regard to sectors such as manufacturing. Green economy, I'm quite very happy as well that some of the key themes that the chairperson was alluding to also deal, amongst others, with green economy. Another very important area, chairperson and esteemed guests, is to support the recovery and growth of tourism and investment in infrastructure. These are some of the priority interventions which are identified in our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. There is no doubt, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, that with this launch, we are making a call that we want to be there when our country starts to turn it around during and post-COVID-19 global health pandemic. I should think all of us, we can well embrace this message because we want to be part of solution, not part of people who are complaining. Technologies and tools associated with the emergent digital revolution can be harnessed in a myriad of ways to create a better and inclusive South Africa which benefits all its citizens. And I'm quite very happy. You have seen and watched the presentations that were done this evening. All they focus on this element of an inclusive growth. There seems to be an agreement that though these technological advances impact will be disruptive, they bring about unlimited opportunities, amongst others, to rejuvenate productivity and our economy, which we know it has been in crisis long before COVID-19, as we experienced 2 quarters of the economy that was in contraction prior the COVID-19 pandemic. With this work and other innovations related to the emergent digital revolution, there is a potential to contribute towards the creation of high-quality jobs, improve our business processes and efficiencies for the benefit of all. We are also learning, ladies and gentlemen, amongst others internationally, a country small as it were, called Estonia. Taxes in Estonia are completed online within 5 minutes. 99% of Estonia's public services are web available 24 hours a day. And nearly 50% of citizens in Estonia vote online. A key feature of Estonia's digital society worth emulating is the e-residency, a unique initiative which allows individuals to start business in the country without living in that country. Estonia is now a launching pad to the European Union with over 66,000 e-residency businesses. We are also aware that Japan is already working towards Society 5.0, which is defined as a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. Central to Japan's approach is human well-being and the resolution of social problems. The Institute will be playing a critical role in ensuring that as the post-school education and training system, we produce skills and solutions which respond to our socio-economic challenges. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan has identified a number of enablers for the successful implementation of the ERRP, amongst others relate to skills and innovation. The ERRP also has emphasize that communications and the digital economy cut across all economic activities. They contribute to lowering business costs, enable better government service provision, increase productivity, encourage innovation, reduce unemployment, and provide the poor with access to productive opportunities. As the post-school system, we are envisioning a system that provides a strong core education and training programs that align with the changing needs of both South African society and the world of work within the context of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Access to high-quality educational opportunities which meet demands for digital skills in the labor market created by 4AR and parallel need for a new wave of South African innovators and entrepreneurs who will help to drive and shape the Fourth Industrial Revolution to the social and economic benefit of all citizens. Mass increases in short course skilling opportunities for unemployed and underemployed South Africans in parallel with wider government and private sector efforts to rapidly grow new employment opportunities for those people. And I must also indicate, ladies and gentlemen, we have had this very big debate at NEDLAC, especially it was arising from the circles of the organized business, the organized labor, whereby the organized labor is saying we must, act with caution, especially with regard to your short courses, because, they are saying those short courses or skills programs, you cannot articulate them. So once you get those courses, short skills, so there is a cul-de-sac. But then obviously, the emphasis that we're making at NEDLAC and will be making as well on Friday is that we are not just speaking of any short course or short skills programs. We are speaking of our short skills programs, those that are having support of the industry, whereby we're having an evidence that those programs will contribute to our successful implementation of economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Obviously, we know from our past, especially during the time of National Skills Development Strategy 1 and 2, whereby most of the levy was spent in short skills programs. So we do not wish to go there, because we want anyone who's getting into a program, that person can articulate both vertically and horizontally within the post-school education and training system. Growing emphasis on integrating into post-school programs and courses, learning opportunities that prepare people to be able to cope with accelerating change, both socially and economically, to name but a few. I must say, as I'm ending, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also quite very happy. If we look into unemployment in South Africa, you'll see for many years, those who have gone to our universities, unemployment remains quite very low. You can just go back in 2014, unemployment for those who went into our universities was just above 5%. If you look into the the second quarter of 2021, you'll see that unemployment is somewhere at 11%. Well, obviously, we're not happy with any number of unemployment. But then this tells us the contribution that is being made by higher education in our country as well as in our economy. Well, we look into other tertiary qualifications, you'll see unemployment is somewhere at 24%. You look into those with grade 12, unemployment is seated somewhere at 36%. And you look into those with no grade 12, unemployment is seated somewhere at 39%. So I'm quite very happy as we're engaging here that also we are in this area of opening up our universities, especially training the unemployed, those who are not in education, employment, and training, which remains as well our concern as the country. That number is standing as was seated here at 3.3 million. If you look into OECD countries combined, it's about 35 countries. Those who are not in employment, education, or training, the numbers are somewhere at 2.9 million. So it tells us then, therefore, as a country, where are our challenges and where we should be focusing as post-school education and training system. I'm also including TVET colleges, community education and training colleges, universities, and sector education and training authorities. I must also mention, as I'm ending, principal, I've seen one of our SETA CEO here, especially in the area of manufacturing, engineering, and related services. He came to me and said, you see, I see the slot partnership that we, as MESITA, that will be embarking upon, and will highly welcome that. So I must say from us, therefore, as the department, we welcome the Institute's vision of becoming a leading ideation hub for the future of work. May all of us continue nurturing and watering this seed. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, DDG, for that very inspiring and well-articulated speech. Before I ask the Premier to come and address us, seeing that we are in academia, our academic space, I'm reminded of a story of a rabbit that once spoke to a fox and said, I'm writing a dissertation on how rabbits can eat foxes. So the fox says, but come on now, that's impossible. You know, that's just rubbish. He says, well, follow me to my house and I'll show you. So they both went to the rabbit's dwelling place, and after a while, the rabbit emerges very satisfied with an impression on his face. Then as he gets out, then comes the fox, the wolf. The wolf says to him, so what are we doing these days? And so the rabbit says, I'm writing a second chapter of my thesis on how rabbits devour wolves. And this one said, are you crazy? Where on earth would you actually write that? I mean, what kind of academic nonsense is this? He says, well, come with me and I'll show you. So as before, the rabbit comes out of his dwelling place, very satisfied, with a look on his face and a diploma in his paw. He's got his PhD. So finally, the story says, then the rabbit's place has been shown, and there within you see a mean-looking, huge lion sitting, picking his teeth and belching, and next to him there's the very bloody remnants of the wolf and the fox. And the moral of the story is, sometimes the contents of your thesis is not as important as your PhD supervisor. That really counts. So for our PhD supervisor, we'd like to call on the podium Premier David Makura.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and greetings to all the rabbits in the house. Let me say that I have 5 minutes for acknowledging all the important people, and 3 hours to make my speech. 3 hours. So I know it's 9:20 now. Surely, I want to say that I can't make a keynote address this time. I think you understand. I really think you understand. I want to acknowledge the Chancellor of the university and all the leadership of the university. I want to acknowledge the diplomats in all their eminences, and maybe just mention Sis Bridget, because I haven't seen her for a long time since COVID. And then that's 2 minutes. I can't not acknowledge the student leaders because I want to go to the campus and give my tonight's keynote address there. The student leadership and the union leadership. I will come to campus to give tonight's address there. I know why the chairperson got me here. So let me give him the first thing he wants. So the first thing he really wants is whether we support this passionate idea. You have that, chairperson. So we support. The provincial government supports the launch of the Institute for the Future of Work. I had a chat with you and the Chancellor and the VC, not the DVC. I won't reveal what we will do to support this. We like everything that you want to do there. But you know, government does not have money. But we support everything there that you want. And you are doing this in our province. We support that fully, wholeheartedly. It doesn't mean when you don't give money, you don't support something. You know it yourself. The second thing I want to deal with is that I think this institute is very important on the research on the future of work, because, and in this particular case, you are the University of Technology. So there are a number of other driving forces. I want to come back to rapid technological change or digital transformation. But there are a number of forces that are really shaping our world and our reality today. And I think in the next 20, 30 years, we will still be subject to those forces. The issue is what is the impact of each one of them. One of them is climate change. You know, rapid technological change can help us in mitigating the effects of climate change. But climate change is on its own a very important driver of what will happen to humanity. The other is urbanization. More people are moving to cities, whether we like it or not, and especially in the south. And the cities are not so ready to handle such large number of people because the infrastructure the infrastructure is not ready for that. The other important driver of what will happen to humanity is the frequency and severity of pandemics. So independent of climate change, independent of rapid technological change, pandemics are going to shape the future of humanity. And COVID-19 is just an example. And the pandemic itself has forced us to use technology in a way we have never used before. But pandemics are an independent factor that need to be looked at, even as you grapple with these issues of technology. And how we use science and technology to deal with pandemics is extremely important. The other is demographic shifts. Different parts, different regions in the world are undergoing significant demographic shifts. And demographic shifts on their own are an independent factor. So whether you're dealing with the issues of technology or not, and all the other things you have to do. For example, Africa is a youthful continent. Europe is an old continent. There are much fewer young people in Europe. Aging population is a major crisis about what will happen to Europe. There are not many children being born there. Where are they going to get people to work, the future of work? Migration is a very significant factor. They banking on the children coming from other places to come and work there. So I'm mentioning this basically to say that when we deal with the future of work in the context of TUT and deal with how do we prepare our nation to deal with rapid technological change? So the one thing is that we need to equip people with skills. The other is that we must invest in infrastructure. So everything you have spoken about fits in there, in that. So even as you talk about just one project, and what I like is that there's a lot I didn't know about TUT that you are doing. And that's why I want to visit the university and look at how we align our programs. We are doing a lot already with universities. We have the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Van Staden knows, we have a Vice Chancellor's Forum with the Premier and the provincial government. I had underestimated TUT a lot, your offerings. I am convinced by that presentation by the chairperson. Chairperson, I think you did a great job tonight. You did a great job tonight. I'm convinced that there's a lot more we can do with TUT. We are doing a lot with UJ, with VETS, with UP. We can do a lot more with you, so we will have an opportunity to do that. The partnerships are important between universities and government and the private sector, and I would really call on business to support the case you have put here. Business people, please support, especially the setting up of the hub, the tech hub, where the rabbits will be writing thesis there. If there's of all the other important things, the tech hub is absolutely important. We're already working with you at the Innovation Hub and the CSIR. As I said, we are doing other things with the University of Johannesburg and VETS. And VUT, I'm told, VUT, we're also working on innovation issues related to the hydrogen economy and industrialization of cannabis. So for every what we call corridors in our province, we cluster the universities to focus them on what we regard that area's economy to be in terms of the future. So I certainly appreciate all the inputs that were made here tonight, including the support from higher education. Sis Gwen, you have my commitment to come to the university, to come and deliver the keynote address. I can't deliver so late tonight. So thank you very much. We really appreciate you turning up here. And this university requires our support. And Ernest, give them the money to pay to get to educate the students. NSCOSA, give them the money to educate the students. That's what they wanted me to come here tonight and say. Thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you very, very much, Premier. I think that address was more than a keynote address by itself. Thank you so much for the support. I'm sure my chairman will sound sleep tonight. Please don't send me a WhatsApp at 1 o'clock again, please. I want to sleep too. It reminds me of a question that our one child was asked by a school secretary at the school whilst filling in forms to start an academic year. And he said, "What does your father do?" The child says, "My father is a magician." He says, "Your father is a magician?" He says, "Yes." He says, "How interesting. So what kind of tricks does your father do?" He says, "He saws people in half." He says, "What?" He says, "Yes, my father saws people in half." He says, "So have you seen him do this thing?" He says, "No, but I know." He says, "What do you mean?" He says, "I have one half brother and I have 2 half sisters." That's not the kind of education that we want to give at TUT. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I think you'd be very happy to know that the main course, and I got it right this time, it's not breakfast, the main course will be served in a few minutes. And after the main course, I've negotiated that you may be allowed to go home early so that you can beat the curfew. So one item that was going to take a long time in the agenda has been postponed, and it will accompany the Premier when he goes to address the students. So the one item that really was going to take some time is not going to happen. So after the main course, we'll then have dinner and we'll have a vote of thanks. But I'm also told that because of our heartfelt thanks for you having taken the time out of your busy schedules, there's a small token of appreciation that we would like to present to you, and that you will find next to the escalators on that side as you come in. So don't forget to collect your token of appreciation. If you are in the public service, you will have to declare it. If you are not in the public service, you still have to declare it if you are employed. But it is nonetheless just a token of our appreciation for you having spent the time with us tonight. I don't think I have many more words except just to say thank you for being such good audiences, or no, proper English, for being such good audience. And I shall come one last time as I introduce the next speaker who will thank you. But for now, dinner is served, and bon appetit.
Devil is sweet, well on jalo. Dakangela, da sondela. La lesicho, la city, tilly, 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 jilo, jilo. Yamadilo, jolo. Devil is sweet, well, oh, jolo. Dakangela, da sondela. La lisicho, la city, tilly, 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 jilo Yamandilo jilo Uayembete Ingubo Yazimsope Uayembete Ingubo Yazimambo Uayaseti Joyasiti Tilly Jilo Yamandilo jilo Ewayembete Ingubo yazimsope Wayembete Ingubo yazimbovu Lale secho Esiti Tilly Jilo Yamandilo jilo Heavenly sweet well jilo Da kangela da sondela Why is it cho City Tilly Jilo Yamandilo jilo Heavenly sweet well jilo Da kangela da sondela Why is it cho City Tilly Jilo Yamandilo jilo Ewayembete Ingubo yazimsope Ewayembete Ingubo yazimambu Why is it cho a city Tilly Jilo Yamandilo jilo Ewayembete Ingubo yazimsope Wayembete Ingubo yazimambo Why is it cho a city is a living Jilo Yamandilo jilo ewayembethe ingubo ezimhlophe wayembethe ingubo ezibomvu wayesitsho esithi ilizwe livile jilo jilo yamanjilo jilo ewayembethe ingubo ezimhlophe wayembethe ingubo ezibomvu alezitsho esithi tili 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 jilo jilo yamanjilo jilo. Así el proyecto. Nakangela da sondela aesito esiti tili 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 jilo jilo yamanjilo jilo na bilizwi welo jilo wakangela na sondela waesicho esiti tili 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 jilo jilo yamanjilo jilo iti jilo jilo yamanjilo jilo Jilo, Jilo, Yamandilo, Jilo. Jilo, Jilo, Yamandilo, Jilo. Jilo, Jilo, Yamandilo, Jilo. Jilo, Jilo, Yamandilo, Jilo. There is music in the air. Let the music take you there, far from the world you know. I can feel it when I sing. Then you know love. There is joy in everything. When I fall in love, if ever someday you got to come along, I'll show you the way. Your heart can come along. I can feel it when I sing. Then you know love. There is joy in everything. When made for love, look for love in the music, lost in the melody. You'll find love. Look for love in the music, lost in the melody. You'll find love. Look for love in the music, lost in the melody. You'll find love. Look for love in find love. You 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 find love. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Dile kuone malaika, nikuone kata chesa. Nashindwa na mali sina wewe, nakupenda malaika. 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 malaika, nakupenda malaika, malaika, nakupenda malaika, malaika, nakupenda malaika, malaika, nakupenda malaika, nije kuone malaika, nikuone tata, cheza nashindana male sina wewe, nije kuone malaika, nashindana male sina wewe, nakupenda malaika, nashindana male sina wewe, nakupenda malaika, nashindana male sina wewe, nakupenda malaika.
What a lovely night. What a lovely night. Malaika. No, that's not Malaika. That's, what is it? What's the song? What's Malaika? Yes. Yeah, too much wine doesn't do much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still live streaming, so for the benefit of those at home, we just want to officiate and just close it officially, and then we can continue with the merriment. So, Chairman, Chairman, we just want to close the function officially, and then we'll continue the merriment. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can just lend me your ears for just a few seconds, and then I will. I promise I will not keep you longer than necessary. But I think it's only fair that we do what is right. We started well, so we must end well. Because I'm introducing a doctor onto the podium, I had to look up for some academic phrases that would make me look like I'm worth something to introduce her. So I came across this guide. It says, a guide to effective academic communication. If you want to have a PhD, you may want to listen to this one. And it has nothing to do with rabbits. So they said, for instance, if an academic says it has been known, it actually means I haven't bothered to look up the references. Or if an academic says it is believed, it actually means I think. Or if an academic says it is generally believed, it means a couple of other guys think so too. But if they say it is not unreasonable to assume, it actually means if you believe this, you will believe anything. But the most one that I really enjoyed was correct within an order of magnitude, which means it's actually wrong. But I think this one tops the charts. It says much additional work will be required. Actually means this paper is not very good, but neither are all others in this miserable field. Well, Dr. Vati, I'm sure your PhD thesis was much better than my legged and four-legged one that I've just described. Let's welcome Dr. Vatiswa, Vati Zamkaka, who's the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research, to say the vote of thanks for us. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you have seen a lot of me and have heard a lot of me, and you may not want to see any more of me. So I just want to thank you before the good doctor comes to speak. Thank you for being such a fantastic audience. And I do weddings and parties. And no, but thank you very much. And over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. The Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Mr. David Makura, the Chancellor of Tshwane University of Technology, Dr. Gwen Ramakgoba, the Chairman of Council of Tshwane University of Technology, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, the Deputy Chairman who has steered the ship very well for us this evening, being our Program Director, Mr. Tabang Chiluane, the Council members in our midst today, the Vice Chancellor and the Principal of Tshwane University of Technology, Professor Lawrence van Steden, the Executive Management Committee members of Tshwane University of Technology, the TUT colleagues, the organized labor union colleagues, the student leadership in our midst today, and the student fraternity of our university. Our distinguished guests, good evening. Sanimbonani, Abshen, Dumelang, Molweni. Program Director, I wish to take this opportunity to express our sincerest gratitude to all of you who are here and those who joined through various social media platforms on behalf of our university. Your being here, ladies and gentlemen, with us this evening as we celebrate this milestone, which marks another important chapter in the anthology of the evolution of the university. It is heartwarming. Looking at the diversity of the delegation here, from the government, industry, science councils, sister universities, both in South Africa and abroad, British High Commission and British Council, Government of Flanders, South African German Chamber of Commerce, European Union delegation in South Africa, Black Business Council, UNDP, and the banking sector, including ambassadors from different countries, shows appreciation of the fact that traditional images of universities as self-contained, autonomous institutions are being displaced by the growing numbers of them working in multiple partnerships with external organizations. This is what a report of Penn Consulting on Principles of Prospering in a Changed World, titled Tomorrow's Universities Today. It reiterates what future studies in relation to social and technological advancements and the significance of co-creation of value in the ecosystem of our existential essence. The extent to which technology is upending almost every aspect of humanity compels us, ladies and gentlemen, to imagine better and work together for the future we want. As the chairperson of the Universities Council has already pointed out, including the Vice-Chancellor and the Principal, with this institute, dear colleagues, we extend our invitation to all of you to come and work with us, while at the same time we are saying that the institute wants to work with you. I am referring to our industry colleagues. The future we want is within reach only through partnerships and collaborations. In other words, as the future beckons, the sanctuary of our insula is increasingly becoming unattainable. I am making these remarks not to give a speech, ladies and gentlemen, but as a way of giving meaning to what I was requested to do this evening as a leader of the task team that was assigned to lead the establishment on behalf of our Vice-Chancellor, which is simply to give vote of thanks. However, the simplicity of this task lies in its complexity. I mean, how do I single out each one of you who all came to honor our event, because to us your presence is equally important. Thank you so much to the ambassadors who are here, CEOs of companies, and the government officials. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, Mr. David Makura, the Premier of Gauteng Province, for your keynote address, which resonated with what we should all be preoccupied with in our imaginative ingenuity as we contemplate the future. The Department of Higher Education and Training has always been supportive of this initiative, and that has been emphasized today by Mr. Zukile Mvalo, the Director General in the Department of Higher Education. And please do convey our gratitude to the Minister, our Minister, the Honorable Mr. Blade Nzimande, for the support. We also appreciate the message of support from the MEC of Economic Development, Agriculture, Environment and Rural Development, even though this message was relayed to us as an executive, it was not shared in here. We thank our Chancellor, Dr. Gwen Ramokgopa, for always being out there as the ambassador of the university and for being with us this evening. Ma'am, thank you so much. Some of us in leadership will become encouraged when we're led by women. We need to see more of women at the top. So thank you for your leadership. To the chairperson of the TUT Council, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, that idea, Chairman, which you challenge us to investigate has come to fruition. Isn't that awesome? This institute is the consequence of that idea, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for your leadership and foresight. You've encouraged us again today, and you told us, or rather you encouraged us, that we should dream. Only those who dream do become able to interpret the dreams. And we can assure you that as executive leadership of Tshwane University of Technology, we shall surely interpret the dreams. Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Mr. Thabang Chilwane, who has always been closer to the idea, working with the Chairperson in ensuring that the idea see the light of day. We equally extend our gratitude to you, Deputy Chairperson. Professor Lawrence van Staden, our Vice-Chancellor and the Principal, thank you for your leadership in facilitating the institutionalization of the idea about the Institute for Future of Work within the university system. Your enormous support cannot be expressed in words, VC. We are truly grateful. We are indeed led at the university. Thank you. The team that concretized the idea and gave it meaning, which I had the honor of working with, thank you. And I would like to mention you by name. I always say, if you are given a task to lead, your achievements are not your achievements, but they are the achievements of those whom you lead. When VC, you approached me and said, please lead this establishment within the university and put together a task team. That task team was put together early in the year, or end of last year actually, and is comprised of Professor Mashupe Maseremule, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, my colleague and counterpart, Dr. Khato Tlale, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Operations, Mr. Jonas Mahedi, the advisor to the Vice-Chancellor, and Ms. Brenda Watson, the Director, Corporate Affairs and Marketing. You have been a wonderful team to work with. I have no words enough to express the sincere gratitude that personally I have as someone who has been leading the task team. It has been indeed a team effort, and I truly appreciate your contribution. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the task team that we've put together just for the Technology Hub. These colleagues, today we're talking about the project that we are doing with EUD. This project has been led by this team of Technology Hub within the Institute for Future of Work. That is Dr. Etienne van Wyk, Professor Khumbulani Mpofu, Mr. Mafika Kambule, and Dr. S.J. Jacobs. Thank you so much, colleagues. When we saw that the work is becoming bigger, we made sure that we extend and reach out to you, and we never said no. We thank you for that. A word of appreciation for the support of this initiative from various stakeholders within the university, particularly its council, executive management committee, the Senate, and the deanery, and the entire TUT community. Thank you so much. As I'm about to close, I would have not done justice. The beauty that you see today, it is because of the team that is led by our Director, Corporate Affairs and Marketing, Ms. Brenda Watson. Thank you so much to you and your team, Ms. Regina Muhlomi and Ms. Papama Chisikawe. Once again, I say in my language, amaqobokazana ngalala endleleni ngabe kunyembelekile. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. To our industry colleagues who are looking forward to be holding hands with you to ensure that we take this vision forward, I thank you.